Test, 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 test.
Testing it. Testing it.
Check. Anyway,
But they're a young team. They'll get over the hump.
yeah,
They're just getting close against Michigan and Penn State. They just need to learn how to close the deal.
close it. That's correct.
We ready to go? Okay. Good evening. I call to order the October 14, 2024 closed session meeting of the Hermosa Beach City Council at 5:01 p.m. Madam City Clerk, could we have the roll call?
Councilmember Massey,
Here.
Councilmember Jackson,
Here.
Councilmember Detoy,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Seaman,
Here.
Mayor Francois.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, do we have anyone for public comment on Zoom? No one is in the council chambers. Anyone on Zoom?
We do not have any virtual attendees.
Okay. We'll recess to our closed session.
Brandon, you get new glasses? Yes. Are those new? No, I've had them. Do you wear them?
Okay, Rob. I know, sometimes they don't. Huh? That's it. Thanks.
I know who's-
Thank you.
You gonna make her do your homework too? Borrow a pen.
Okay.
He's probably not enough. Filling top?
Oh.
Although the one-
Okay, we ready to rock and roll now?
Thank you.
Good evening, welcome everyone. I call to order the study session of the October 14th, 2024 special meeting of the Hermosa Beach City Council at 7:14 p.m. And we have a volunteer for the Pledge of Allegiance, Eric. Come on up, thanks.
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam City Clerk, could we have roll call?
Councilmember Massey,
Here.
Councilmember Jackson,
Here.
Councilmember Detoy,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Seaman,
Here.
Mayor Francois.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. And is there a closed session report? We have our Madam City Attorney this evening.
Yes,
Welcome, Maria Castillo.
Monica Castillo. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Monica, I'm so sorry.
No worries. So the City Council called the meeting to order this evening at 5 p.m. in these chambers. There were 0 public comments on the closed session agenda. The City Council then recessed into closed session pursuant to the items listed on the agenda, and no reportable action was taken. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That concludes my report.
Thank you very much. I didn't realize we had announcements, but I guess we do have announcements. If any of my colleagues have any, I'm just going to state that I believe it's tentative, but October 30th for my next second monthly town hall forum, probably scheduled right here in City Council chambers. Any of my colleagues have any announcements? Okay?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
there is I guess we have a council meeting before now. Never mind, cancel that.
Okay, no problem. Moving right along, so we have a study session this evening. We have a public comment period scheduled now, and then we will have another one later on, and you're able to talk both times if you wish. You're not excluded the second time around if you want to speak the first time on the study session this evening, which is the Safer Living Streets Study Session. Madam City Clerk, do we have any comment cards filled in?
Yes, the first card we receive is Liam Walsh.
Thank you. Come on up. Thank you.
All right. Yeah. Cool. Yeah. Hi, my name is Liam Walsh. I'm a member of the South Bay Bicycle Coalition. I'm also a North Redondo resident, so coming down through Hermosa is usually how I get to the beach. I got to meet with Joe and the Public Works team a few weeks ago and appreciate their work and continued engagement with the SBBC. We've incorporated the Hermosa bike plan from your general plan into our recent story map, which you can find on our website. This map is an interactive tool that provides for tracking of the bike plan status and completion, as well as gathering public feedback via points on the map. This is something we intend to continually update and work with the city as much as we can to help build the safe network of protected bike infrastructure. I think I won't steal too much of Joe's thunder later, but one thing we updated is for calling for updating the South Bay Bicycle Master Plan from Class 2 bike lanes to Class 4, where that applies in Hermosa is mainly along Aviation and Artesia. but we also encourage the city to incorporate those elements wherever possible. And yeah, on our website, we've published a report of bicycle and pedestrian collision data from 2018 through 2022, which is also featured in the map. I think the planning department is doing a great job of addressing those hotspots from that, which include mainly Hermosa Avenue and Pier Avenue. So the plans in the works to extend the Hermosa Ave bike lane as well as Pier Ave up to PCH. We're looking forward to seeing that. And yeah, so I encourage everyone to check out the story map and use the feedback tool to share any feedback you have at all with council members or the public. And you can drop points on the map or send in general feedback. And I'll be around afterwards if anyone wants to chat in more detail. And thanks for your time.
Thank you very much.
And Mayor, I did not receive any other speaker cards.
Okay, are there any other members of the audience this evening? We have quite a few here. Any members of the audience wishing to come up and provide comments? Feel free to come up here and, okay. No one has. Do we have anyone on the phone lines?
If you are joining virtually via Zoom, now is the time to raise your virtual hand. And you will also have another public comment opportunity following the presentation. We do not have any virtual hands raised.
Okay. Bringing it back to the council and Madam City Manager, I believe you're up with opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, members of the council, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the council. The Living Street Study Session details the city's continued commitment toward creating a living street network as envisioned in the city's general plan, Plan Hermosa, and the city's future efforts to encourage safe travel for all users within the public right-of-way. In 2012, Hermosa Beach was the first city in the United States to adopt a living streets policy that promotes health and mobility for all users, regardless of age or ability, by creating streets that are safe, accessible, sustainable, and inviting. The city furthered its commitment to living streets principles in the city's 2017 general plan. The general plan details the city's long-term vision for the creation of a comprehensive and safe multimodal transportation system critical to fulfill Hermosa Beach's growing desire for additional transportation choices and acknowledges its inability to widen streets for more vehicles and parking due to its narrow street rights-of-way. The creation of a high-quality multimodal transportation network provides a range of economic, health, sustainability, and safety benefits, which all contribute toward an improved quality of life in Hermosa Beach. The city continues to work toward implementing Living Streets design elements in projects throughout the city. However, the rapid rise of electric bikes in recent years has resulted in increased community concerns regarding bike safety and sidewalk riding, as the demand for e-bikes has outpaced the ability to create appropriate infrastructure to accommodate them. In 2022, the city launched the Bike Smart Hermosa Safety Campaign in an effort to help address these concerns and prevent bicycle and e-bike collisions and injuries through a balanced approach combining engineering, traffic enforcement, and educational outreach on cycling safety. Enforcement solutions alone will only have a limited effectiveness at addressing community concerns for bicycle safety, while also pulling limited staffing resources away from other high-priority public safety needs. Larger planning and engineering solutions will continue to be needed to address the issue. However, the continued advancement of Plan Hermosa's intended bicycle and multi-use facilities network will become increasingly more difficult given the city's limited right-of-way and high demand for parking, with each and every segment presenting its own unique challenges and requiring careful planning, community buy-in, alternatives assessment, and consideration of impacts during design development. The study session format provides opportunity for staff to update council and the community on the city's efforts to advance Living Streets elements in city projects and on the coordination with the South Bay Bicycle Coalition Plus, SBBC Plus, with its Bicycle Master Plan update. The community is encouraged to actively participate in the SBBC's update and help inform the evolution of the Living Streets Master Plan. And with that, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to turn it over to Public Works Director Joe San Clemente for the rest of the presentation.
Thank you very much. Joe?
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam City Manager, and good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. Just 1 minute while we load up the slides for this evening. So thank you, everyone, for joining us for the Living Streets Study Session. To just kind of talk a little bit about what living streets are. Oh, bear with me, the slide jumped. We are really looking at ways to promote health and mobility for all users of the roadway. Our right-of-way is very limited in use and has to accommodate a wide variety of users. And I think what Living Streets tries to do is look at that limited right-of-way and see how we can promote health and mobility. And this is all users and of all ages and abilities. It's looking at not only vehicle safety, but also how do we help accommodate pedestrians and bicyclists and those that have mobility needs. So it's safety and security for all. It's also looking at our streetscapes and making them inviting for all the different users so that we have a walkable, safe environment that actually helps encourage and thrive economic development, particularly in our downtown cores and our commercial corridors. But it's really beyond what our typical complete streets would be, in that we integrate sustainability elements and other conservation principles in the design of these corridors. But really, most of all, it's designed for people so that they can enjoy these places and have that placemaking ability, which is really outlined in our general plan. On the left, I have a kind of a screenshot of the resolution of when the city adopted a Living Streets policy back in 2012. And that was later incorporated, those principles are later incorporated into the general plan. So some of the ongoing challenges that we have, as highlighted by Madam City Manager earlier, is that, particularly with the prevalence of e-bikes, we do get a lot of complaints and concerns about sidewalk riding or not having the appropriate accommodations for those bicycles. It's definitely grown in popularity, but there isn't really a lot of accommodation for them. And I think their demand has outpaced our ability to provide appropriate infrastructure, which really lands them in the parks or on the sidewalks because they have nowhere to go, and becomes a very difficult problem to enforce our way out of. As we look at larger right-of-way, public right-of-way issues, we also do get a number of requests about general pedestrian access. Where are crosswalks in the right place, or do pedestrians feel safe to be able to get to the destinations that they want to go to throughout the city, as well as overall intersection operations and safety needs. Some of our very busy, more busy arterial roadways that also have a lot of pedestrian activity. And so these are some of the challenges that we look at as we work to incorporate living street elements in our city. There is a fair amount of opportunity. This graph or data was from the South Bay City's Council of Governments, where they actually took a look at all travel behavior in the South Bay, and they found that about 70% of all car trips are typically less than 3 miles on average. And so I think I highlight this because I think there is a great opportunity in the South Bay where there are a number of short trips, not that we can accommodate all 70% of them, but even if we can help really transplant a small portion of these, we can help reduce traffic congestion and turn some of these into walk or bikeable trips, because 3 miles really isn't that far when we're a city that's only about 1.5 miles by 2 miles wide. I think we're fortunate we have a very walkable city in Hermosa Beach. Some of the ongoing efforts that we have is that we have been, ever since 2012 and probably before that, we've been working to integrate living street elements into all of our capital improvement program projects. And these are wide variety, whether it's curb extensions or treescapes or beautification or artwork. There's a number of elements that can be combined, and we have been working to do that proactively in our CIP, as well as in the planning for private development. We work to try to integrate some of those elements where we can. In 2022, the city launched the Bike Smart Hermosa campaign, largely in response to that influx of the e-bikes that we've had, and it kind of lays out the 3 E's. And I bring it up because they're all equally important. It's the education, it's the enforcement, and it's the engineering, but really no single one of these can solve the problem. And without the right planning and engineering, it's really difficult to educate or enforce our way out of the problem. And so I think tonight is more really looking at that 30 of the planning and the engineering and kind of where we are and where we're headed into the future. To highlight just some of kind of where we've come, in 2011, the South Bay Bicycle Coalition completed the South Bay Bicycle Master Plan, that not just Hermosa Beach, but really looking at the entirety of the South Bay and a more complete and connected bicycle network. The city did adopt the bike plan later that year. LA County actually did a larger, more regional bike master plan update in 2012. City adopted living streets policies, I mentioned, in 2012 as well. A lot of those elements were integrated into the 2017 general plan, Plan Hermosa. And then the city continued to work on a variety of other elements. There was a design manual for living streets that was really advanced by the COG and Beach Cities Health District in partnership with Hermosa and neighboring cities that really outlined some potential design parameters and considerations for implementing living streets. And then in 2012, we implemented the outdoor dining program, the beginning of it, and installed bicycle lanes in our downtown core that really started to serve as that central spine for the bicycle network in our city. In 2022, the city adopted the city's Americans with Disabilities Act, or ADA Self-Evaluation Transition Plan, that looks at accessibility needs for really everyone throughout the city and our long-term commitment to meeting requirements to meet those standards. And then tonight, as the gentleman spoke earlier tonight from the Bike Coalition, the Bike Coalition is working on an update of the bike plan, which we'll talk about a little bit more. So in 2011, that is when the bicycle plan was created. There were 7 cities included in that creation, really looking all throughout the South Bay. And it outlined about over 200 miles of regional connections with a lot of detail in Hermosa Beach and beyond. That, as I noted, that was adopted in 2011. And it was really a series of different types of facilities that are interconnected to provide those accommodations. In 2017, there is another rendition of the bike network. It is largely consistent with the 2011 bike plan. There were some minor modifications. This image is right out of Plan Hermosa. Really the major changes were some additional east-west connections, largely relying on bike boulevards through residential streets. And there were some additional multi-use path connections that didn't appear in the original 2011 plan, but largely, all in all, it's fairly consistent with just some minor updates. However, it does show a hierarchy of streets with really heavily relying on shared roadways and bike boulevards or sharrow conditions, which we'll talk about a little bit more, with a lot of the more protected or separated bike facilities that were pre-existing, for example, the Strand. In terms of where we are in place, when we look kind of what was proposed back in 2011 or in 17, we've currently implemented about 25% fully. When we take a look at whether it's fully implemented or at least some partial level of implementation, that number goes up to about 56% complete when we look at a bicycle lane mile basis throughout the network. So that's looking at each lane mile by direction through the city. The lines in red are those that are not in place. And those are largely those shared facilities through residential roadways, so never really intended to be bicycle lane connections, but more mixed-use traffic type accommodation. The yellows are what we call partially in place. So for example, Prospect Avenue had envisioned in the bike plan to be either a buffered bike lane or a separated multi-use facility. With our last paving project about a year ago, we did install sharrows, so that's why it's shown in yellow, not to go through in detail on all of them. Green are what are fully in place versus the general plan, and then there are some darker greens where we've actually done some enhancement beyond what was originally envisioned. So for example, Pier Avenue downtown, Hermosa in the downtown core, where we had shown sharrows, but we have installed bike lanes. So it's a greater level of accommodation that was envisioned. Meanwhile, Ardmore Drive north of Pier was was not in the bike plan, but we have implemented sharrows on those segments north of Pier Avenue. Some things that we do have in the pipeline that are coming, our current annual street improvement project, CIP 105. Beyond resurfacing a number of streets throughout the city, we will also be resurfacing Pier Avenue from Hermosa Avenue to PCH and Valley Drive south of Pier Avenue, the city limits. One thing that we are looking at doing is some restriping potential, where we are looking at adding some limited green markings on Pier Avenue. Similar to the picture shown in the middle, this is also similar to what, if you go on Burl and Redondo Beach, what they had recently installed. They're intermittent green markings to help enhance visibility and safety. In addition to ADA curb ramps, and then we're also looking at the installation of a eastbound bicycle lane on Pier Avenue from Ardmore to PCH, and that, we believe, can fit an existing cross-section by simply restriping the travel lanes, and they'll serve as an uphill climbing lane to help enhance safety as folks make their way up towards PCH. And we'd also be looking to deploy new sharrow markings on Valley Drive from Pier Avenue to Horondo, consistent with the bike plan. The other project that we have in the pipeline is the PCH and Aviation Mobility Improvement Project, CIP 143. And this project is building off of the 2015 project study report that was submitted to Caltrans. That was building off other work that the city had done locally, looking at safety along the PCH corridor from Artesia to the southern city limits, and aviation from Prospect to PCH. Currently, this is in the very early stages. Metro is the lead for this project, and we are in the very beginning of the alternative assessment environmental phase. There will be future public engagement opportunities for that. But the project study report in 2015 did look at potentially installing some type of bike accommodation, whether it's bike lane or other on Aviation Boulevard, as well as enhancing bicycle accommodations, particularly across PCH, and enhancing general pedestrian environment on PCH, as well as vehicle safety. There are a couple projects that are currently listed in our deferred or unfunded future projects. These are in the 5-year future CIP. There's no funding tied to them, but they've been identified as potential projects of need. One is the Greenwich Village Street Realignment Project. This was a project that came out of the climate adaptation project that was completed a couple years ago, and identified where there is actually a narrowing of the on-street two-way facility on Hermosa Avenue. And so there is a potential need to widen that section so that we have a full two-way facility. Right now it drops for a couple blocks, and it doesn't meet current design standards adjacent to the travel lane. The other one is a potential connection at 35th Street to create a more seamless connection between the strands where Hermosa Beach and Manhattan meet at the northern city limit. Excuse me. In Plan Hermosa, there are a variety of different facility categories, and I bring this up to kind of go through the differences that are in there, as well as how they align with current Caltrans classifications for these different facilities. As I noted, not everything in there is a bike lane or a separated path. We have a multi-use path, which is what we call a Class 1 facility, and this would be something like the Strand, a two-way facility completely separated from the roadway and can accommodate mixed use. We also have a shared roadway category, which has no Caltrans design designation. And this is really a roadway where we feel that anyone can really ride through the street in a mixed-use environment, but no markings or supplemental treatments to accommodate it. It's just there's a roadway that's on the bike network that's identified. Our Class 2 facilities are our bike lanes. Those are your classic bike lanes in the roadbed. And then we also identify sharrows and bike boulevards, which really are Class 3 facilities. Typically, these are intended to be lower volume, lower speed roads where you ride in mixed use traffic. The only real distinction between a sharrow and a bike boulevard is typically a bike boulevard would have some additional elements to further calm traffic and enforce those slower speeds. In most cases where we have bike boulevards in our city, we've only identified those as being partially complete because we really only have sharrow signage, but we haven't implemented any type of further traffic calming element to either divert or slow traffic along those segments. What is missing, and I'm going to quickly just give an illustration of what each of these look like. Bear with me. There we go. Quickly to illustrate, a Class 1 facility, completely separated from the road. That's what this looks like, kind of like the Strand. Moving on to Class 2, this is your standard bike lane, but no vertical separation from the travel lane. It can be buffered, but is generally in the roadbed next to a travel lane. Our next up is Class 3. If you could advance the slide for me, please. This is our shared facility, or it could be a bicycle boulevard. More traditionally, we show the sharrow bike markings in the road with the accompanying signage that really helps remind motorists that the cyclist has the ability to use the full lane. And then I'm going to move on to the Class 4 facility, which, on the next slide, please, which this was not included in the original bike plan or in our general plan. Class 4 facilities or protected bikeways were not completely adopted by Caltrans until around 2018, where they issued design guidance through a design bulletin to really update this facility type. It's something that has caught on quite a bit throughout many countries beyond and in cities throughout the United States. And this is really the new facility type that's being advanced to provide a really greater level of protection and try to make it feel a little more safer for cyclists of different abilities to want to use the roadway. Not everyone's going to feel comfortable traveling in the roadway, and so the intent with a separated facility is that they have their own dedicated place with additional protections at busy intersections to help accommodate connectivity through the network. Next slide, please. I've highlighted a number of different facility types, and there isn't one that's necessarily better over the other one or a right answer that says we need all ones or all fours. But as we look at designing bicycle networks, I think the challenge is that we have to look at the type of cyclists that are out there. This graphic that came out of the 2011 Bicycle Master Plan actually originated from research that was done in Portland, Oregon, and has been widely used in bike plans throughout the country to really look at kind of the different categories that we're designing for. And I think as we look at these, it starts to show what type of facility might be able to accommodate the demand that's out there. Just because we have a facility doesn't mean that it'll draw demand or really provide a complete connected network. The less than 1% of the population, the green, is what we call the strong and fearless riders. And those are the folks that they don't want a bike lane. They want to ride in the street. They want to be in mixed traffic. And so regardless of what we put out there, they want to be in the road, and they have the right to be out there and operate as a motor vehicle in the roadway. Our enthused and confident, which is only about 7% of the population, they like those facilities, the bike lanes, and would prefer a bike lane or separated facility, but are interested in being out there. And so it's a very small contingent of the population. I think, there's about a third that no matter what we do, they're probably just very uninterested in riding a bike. But it's the 2/3 of the population that if we do provide a greater level accommodation, we have the potential to shift them from interested but concerned to enthused and confident by providing the right facility type. But until we provide that right facility type, they're really going to remain uninterested. Next slide, please. So one thing that I want to highlight a little bit tonight is that the South Bay Bike Coalition is working on doing a bike master plan update, especially in light of the Class 4 facilities that were not originally included. As a general recommendation that they have is a call throughout the South Bay to consider the Class 4 protected facility in lieu of a Class 2 bike lane. Of course, we're feasible and practical and where it makes sense, but generally pushing for that greater level of enhancement through the network. The map on the right shows actually where we only have Class 1 and 2 facilities now, and it shows that there are a lot of islands that are out there between our bike lanes, where they're no longer even showing the shared accommodation because there are a number of cyclists that really just won't use that as a connection, and so they're beginning to look at really connecting these islands through the network throughout the South Bay to provide a more complete network. The coalition has done a really nice job of creating a story map where the bike plan has been overlaid in GIS with a variety of other items. You can look at transit stations or schools, and there's also high crash locations through the network so that folks can take a look through in context of where these facilities are in relation to other issues. Also, as part of it is an interactive map, which is now the living master plan going forward, where folks are encouraged to go to that interactive map. You can actually provide comments on it. And the coalition has been reaching out to the city. As Liam Walsh noted earlier, we have already actively been working with the coalition to provide some updates on their living map, and we'll continue to work with them. And as projects are anticipated or come online, there's even forecasted completion dates of when projects would be completed. But everyone really is encouraged to go to the interactive map, provide comments on it for issues that you see or where you'd like to see enhancements to the master plan. And more importantly, the coalition is looking for ways for folks to continue to get involved. Next slide. Here's a quick view of the interactive website. So if you go to their webpage, you can see it, and where you can note location-specific feedback, or also see where there is currently planned improvements segment by segment. Next slide. And there's also a location where you can either submit feedback if you don't want to do it on the interactive map, or if you'd like to get involved, you can also register and reach out to the coalition separately. Next slide. Thank you. So we talked a lot about bicycles, but as we look at a living street network, we are also looking at the right-of-way as a whole and trying to work on making holistic improvements for all users of the public right-of-way. In 2017, the general plan did outline a hierarchy of pedestrian facilities throughout the city, really looking at wide sidewalks in our commercial districts, what we call priority sidewalks that largely overlap with our Safe Routes to School network, and looking at enhancing that network through the city. And it also envisioned a local sidewalk network throughout pretty much all of our residential streets, providing connectivity throughout. One of the challenges identified in Plan Hermosa was that there are a number of roadways in the city, particularly on our residential or on our priority sidewalk network, where we only have sidewalks, for example, on one side of the street, maybe not on both, or where there are missing segments completely or no sidewalks provided. As we look to plan capital improvement projects, we do look at potential to enhance segments, whether it's through widening or reducing utility conflicts, or providing linkages in those missing segments. We also, as we look at private development projects that come online, also looking at ways to enhance the sidewalk network through that design review process as well. Next slide. To quickly highlight some other completed projects with living street elements that the city's undertaken in the last 10, 15 years. There were improvements in 2010 on Pier Avenue that included sidewalk widening and bulb outs. 2018, there was additional resurfacing north of Pier Avenue that installed bulb outs and decorative crosswalks. Next. 2019, we embarked on improvements on PCH at Pier Avenue and Aviation to enhance sidewalk accommodations at those two intersections. 2019 was the 8th Street Sidewalk project that worked to provide a more complete sidewalk network on 8th Street that overlapped with the Safe Routes to School network. And then in 2022, as I noted earlier, we adopted the city's ADA self-evaluation and transition plan, looking at accessibility for all throughout the city, and a plan to meet that in the coming decades. Next. In 2022, in the last couple years, we've worked very hard to deploy much more bike storage. We deployed about 40 racks. There seems to be somewhat endless demand, particularly downtown near the pier. We've been trying to find real estate wherever we can to squeeze in more bike storage downtown and throughout the commercial district. In 2023, we took advantage of new changes in the vehicle code and through Assembly Bill 43 to lower speed limits on Hermosa Avenue and Pier Avenue and install lower speed limits near our school zones through that new change in the vehicle code. In 2023, with ongoing concern of e-bikes, we worked on deploying the PED safety project on the Strand, really enforcing the walk-only zone to address concerns about conflict in that area of the Strand. And then just this past year, we deployed a number of rectangular rapid flashing beacons focused primarily on Hermosa Avenue, but 10 locations throughout the city to focus on pedestrian safety on our busy corridors. Next. Other things that we do regularly is that Public Works Department does receive a number of traffic safety related requests through a year. Right now, we're averaging about 110 every year. Some of these could be as small as, please take a look at my red zone, or we're missing signs, but a lot of them are more complex, taking a look at safety concerns where our engineering team does take these concerns in and try to log in and see if there are immediate things that we can do to deploy safety issues or whether things can be programmed into the larger CIP as part of a bigger project. Some of the general themes that we do get are vehicle travel speeds on residential roadways. We do get a number of requests for greenbelt access. The picture on the right is near 25th Street, where we have a fair amount of, I'll call it jaywalking, but mid-block crossing without a marked crosswalk. We have a number of footpaths that cut into the greenbelt, but no real accommodation to get through at some of the blocks. And so that's something that we are working on, looking at providing enhanced access to the greenbelt where it makes sense. And we do get a lot of requests about just Valley and Ardmore in general, particularly at the intersection with Pier Avenue and Gould, and the confluence of pedestrians and vehicles that we have at those two closely spaced intersections. That is a regular occurrence. As we do have any severe crash in the city, work very closely with the police department to review those crashes after the fact to determine if there's any potential measures that could be addressed through engineering solutions or whether they were truly one-off crashes. And then we are continuing to advance additional provisions in AB 43. That's something that will be coming back to Public Works Commission and Council in the coming months to look at the potential of enhancing, of implementing what we call safety corridors, where we could potentially lower speed limits further on certain roadways through the city, but that evaluation is ongoing. Next. To kind of wrap things up, we are actively working to identify opportunities in all of our projects and our planning to integrate these Living Streets elements. There's a great opportunity now with South Bay Bike Coalition as they're looking at updating their bike master plan through more of a living plan update, and we do encourage community participation. I think one of the challenges with the bike plan is that there's not a lot of low-hanging fruit left, and so as we work to develop each and every segment in the bike network, it is going to increasingly get more difficult to implement those segments. And so it does require careful planning and community outreach and support to advance those segments. And so we do also encourage the community to continue to reach out with concerns of safety. We might not be able to address it right away, but we are logging things as they come in and do work to integrate those into future planning efforts. And so that concludes my presentation, and I'm going to hand it over for questions.
Thank you very much. So this is a study session this evening, so you're going to be receiving input from council members and the public regarding suggestions and where to go and what direction to take. And I was wondering, when you consolidate those notes, is it possible that it could be just put on consent calendar item just for us to take another look at? Because I know that this agenda came out, briefly, and maybe the public hasn't had a chance to review everything. I'm just wondering a little bit more of the process of whether that's something that could be considered.
If I may, Mayor Francois, thank you for the question. Typically during the study session, as you noted, staff makes a presentation on a topic that would be too lengthy to necessarily bring at a council meeting. We do receive feedback from council members, and if the feedback rises to the level of further direction, then we'll bring that back at a future council meeting where council can act on it. Are you looking for minutes of this meeting? We don't do, we haven't done recaps before, but if council majority thinks a written summary of council comments, is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, something along those lines, or just a summary of, obviously, you're going to be taking notes and you'll have some, I don't want to make more work for you, but if you've put together notes as to the proceedings, or maybe you had to go back and look at the tape again to reconfirm things, just a summary that would just, if it could be placed there, then if there are any more people that wanted to provide e-comments, they could, or something like that. But that's the thought I had on that. I understand that future action would have to be agendized, yeah. So,
If there's something that council is looking for that's not achieved by having the staff report and the slide deck available, as well as links to the meeting, we're happy to provide that. I'll just need to hear that from the rest of the council.
okay, thank you. So the 2011 South Bay Bicycle Master Plan was a result of, as I understand, all the cities approved theirs, and then it went together into that South Bay Bicycle Master Plan back in 2011. Is that correct?
So my understanding is that there were 7 cities involved, and I know the city did adopt our version of it in 2011. And I believe other cities may have as well. I can't speak to that with certainty, but I know that we at least adopted our component of it.
Right. It hasn't been updated since then in
So
Hermosa Beach,
with
correct?
minor alterations in the 2017 general plan, it's largely the same from 2011. There's more detail in the 2011 plan, but the network is slightly updated and modified, but largely consistent between 2011 and 2017.
Right. So if we were to update it now, would we, I believe back then it was pretty extensive. Did we have to hire a consultant, or I know the Public Works Commission really worked on it, and if we wanted to update our master plan for Hermosa Beach, is it a very involved process, or is it a matter of Public Works Commission taking input and adding things to our existing plan, or what? I was wondering if you could give an idea of what would that involve.
So I guess it depends on what's desired by the community, by council to move ahead. I think the 2011 master plan was a larger effort. It's definitely a big document. A lot of work went into that. And so any type of document would be a project of its own that would have to go through a larger process. However, I do think with the South Bay Bike Coalition working on this living master plan document, they're really providing that opportunity that we don't have to go through that detailed process, and provides an outlet for the community to join, get involved, and provide interactive feedback to show where there is potential support to make changes or additions to the current plan that we have. And so I think there's a way to build off of that work, but that does take some time.
Okay. So, and the idea is that when you have it on your master plan, it's easier to go out and seek outside funding to get things done because it's on our master plan, as opposed to if we tried to do a project that wasn't on the master plan. Am I correct in assuming that?
Yes, so I think the master plan does two different things. I mean, one is that it shows that there's community support for a larger vision, and that any segment is part of a bigger network. And so there is a community process typically involved with the adoption of a master plan. And so that's number one locally. I think for outside funding, it certainly helps to have a master plan to point to, because any funding agency for any competitive grants would want to know that, one, you have community support, and that way they know that if they do award funds, that you're more likely to be able to achieve the outcome of completing the project.
Right.
Of course, many of those programs are very competitive.
Sure. And by adding things to the master, it doesn't mean we've approved those things. It just means we're putting out a map. It's an idea. It's an approach that could be used for future funding. For example, you could have on there bike lanes, but we implemented Sharrows instead, I believe, maybe on Prospect or something. And so it's those kinds of things where it's not like we're approving those things. It's just a guide for guidance on what direction to go on.
That's correct, and I think I would stress that every segment in the network requires careful planning and engineering and outreach to achieve it. The plan shows the intended network with the desired facilities and connectivity, but it's not at the level to show feasibility or what would have to give. And I think that in a limited right-of-way, anything is achievable, but you do have to shift things around, and something does have to give to fit it, except in some cases where we do actually have a little bit of wiggle room to play with. But in most cases, in a constrained urban environment, there is some give and take. And so I do stress that feasibility hasn't been determined at any one segment and does require more careful planning.
Okay, thank you very much. So attachment 2, where it says Plan Hermosa intended bicycle and multi-use, is that the current, or the one in 2011, maybe with some updates? Is that our bicycle master plan as it exists today?
That's correct. That's the
Okay.
current version of the intended bicycle network.
Right. So there was a mention briefly about the 35th Street Greenwich Village transition from Hermosa to Manhattan, and that can take a lot of life on its own. And I'm just wondering how that interplays with our master plan, what the vision would be. It always seems like we're in a roadblock with trying to fix the stairs at the end of the Strand, because it really would involve a lot, excavating beaches, involving Manhattan Beach, and I don't even know how you'd ever transition bike lane onto a multi-use Strand. So I was wondering if you could expand a little bit more on what the city's or your vision is on what direction we could go on, because it is kind of a mess. You got bikes on the street. Everyone wants to be on the Strand, but you get down to the steps, and I was just wondering if you could expand a little bit more on that.
Sure. So, if I can, thank you. You had noted 2 projects that are identified in the unfunded future list. And so they're there because at one time they were on the CIP and they were moved into the unfunded because they've been identified, but they are awaiting funding and programming to get into the CIP. That list is not inclusive of every project to implement the bike plan, but those are at least 2 that have come up in our placeholders so that we can remember them as we go through future budget cycles. So with every year as we go through the capital improvement programming process, we look at available funding and our capacity to deliver projects each year. And so Public Works does present, and City Manager to Council during the CIP study session and through the budget, a consideration of what projects are intended to advance in the current CIP. And any other changes to that CIP plan would require consideration of available funding and staffing resources in prioritization against other projects in the CIP. So fairly long answer, but I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's a complex and complicated thing at best. I think I just have one more question, and then we can move on. the blockades that were put up on the Strand was gauged as a temporary project. Is there an intention to figure out whether, I don't know, people got the message, maybe we can come up with a better signaling system so that people are able to ride on non-peak times, or what's the status of what direction we may be headed regarding the blockades on the Strand?
So from when those were installed, we did do a variety of evaluations. We did some counts and observations. And what we could find is that it was largely successful for the intended purpose of reducing conflicts in the walk zone during busy times. And so it has met that intended purpose. So at this time, there's no current plans to do anything different. I think in the long term, those are really temporary deployments of fencing. And so we will at some point need to consider a more permanent installation of fencing in the Strand, but that would likely be included as part of the larger Strand Bollard and Safety Assessment Project that's currently unfunded into the future and would have to go through a more formal Coastal Commission approval process.
So would that entail, for example, traffic and engineering studies that would need to be done to figure out where the current traffic is, the conflict in the alleys and Beach Drive, and I mean, would there be some comprehensive thing that perhaps we could be able to seek outside funding to get, because it is an involved process to really logically take a look at this beyond just, well, it's successful, we'll figure out how to make it permanent kind of thing. You know what I'm saying?
May I just add
sure.
to that? I'm sorry.
No problem. Feel free to
Of
chime in.
course.
Thanks.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I think if council wanted to prioritize that CIP project, there's a mechanism that we can definitely look toward to do that. I want to be sure that as much as we try to seek outside funding, there isn't grant funding necessarily available for a municipality's general course of work. Unless a traffic study is linked to an innovative project, it's not, I want to be sure that we haven't somehow communicated that there is ample amounts of grant funding available for the general course of work. So it does require city councils particularly, to review budgets and prioritize based on what your vision is. We could not say to you today that should that come to the top of the queue, we would be able to seek grant funding. That is the normal course of work,
Right.
unless it is tied to an innovative project that there is grant
Okay.
funding for.
No, I'm glad you So for example, if we wanted to create a diversion, I don't know, under the pier, around it, something innovative thing like that, that could be a potential, or widening the Strand overall, the whole length of the city. Those are kinds of things that we could actually get funding for then?
Other communities that have done the widening of the Strand or a separated bike lane and pedestrian lane have done so with their own revenues. It doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. So what may appear creative to us, I think we have to look at where the focus is at the national level, for instance, or at the state level, if there is funding available. For instance, we have recently heard from our state contacts that typically the grants that we would seek are not available this year because of the state's budget status. Similarly, if the focus at the federal level is not mobility, I don't expect that we'd be able to argue for a multi-million-dollar application to widen the Strand. However, we do, every year, we do go to our representatives with a list of projects that we ourselves as a city are not able to find resources for, and we have been very fortunate. The pier is a great example. Over $2 million from our member of Congress, through our member of Congress, I should say, for that effort. I apologize, that was from the state. So that's a structural project, and there was a recognition that the pier is used not just by Hermosa residents, but it's a regional asset. And so those sorts of things we always do seek funding for.
Okay. We did get outside funding to redo the Strand at one point, and that was bike path funding specific. So I was just wondering, there still is some ability to be able to use further bike path funding to expand that, or am I missing something, or?
I don't know the history of the funding for that strand.
I would have to go back. I know that we dug it up at one point, but many years ago there was some outside funding. What I can add to what Madam City Manager mentioned is that however it was funded before, we are seeing more constrained grant funding from the state level. There's a variety of federal programs that are coming out for transportation-related funding. However, they are largely focused on awards to disadvantaged communities, which we do not qualify for. So we are at a disadvantage ourselves to apply for them, depending on the grant program. There are new programs that come out every month. We are monitoring them, but we're not seeing a lot of things that we're going to be highly competitive to apply for. Outside grant funding, particularly if it comes at the federal level, is also a lot more complex to administer. And so there's a significant amount more of staff resources to go after those grants and manage those grants through what it can be a very tricky process to navigate through the time constraints. But it is something that we do look across the CIP to try to find, but we are seeing it's challenging right now to pick a project and see how it fits into the mold of any particular grant.
Sure. Okay. Thank you very much. Who'd like to go next up here on the BS? Mayor Pro Tem, would you like to give it a shot? If not, we can go to someone else first.
I do have a couple of questions. Thanks, Joe, for your report. Appreciate it. You know, throughout this report and often when we refer to living streets and so on, there is the term multimodal use, and we are always trying to a balance of multimodal use. And so, I mean, clearly there would be no statistics on how many pedestrians we have, but are there any statistics on how many bicyclists there are in Hermosa Beach, or how many e-bikes there are in Hermosa Beach, and then ultimately how many vehicles there are, drivers there are in Hermosa Beach? I mean, just to get an idea of what that relationship is between in numbers. Are there such statistics, and do we have that?
Not in an organized manner that I'm able to share in any way tonight. I mean, I think there are limited counts that we've done it for different reasons, but not really to help tell that story through the city. I think if anything, I share more anecdotal information just based on observation and the level of complaints that we received about the influx of e-bikes. They're definitely out there, but bikes have always been here, but I don't have any good data that I can share this evening.
Okay,
Yep.
thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Detoy.
Switching gears to the pedestrian side of things, in one of the attachments going over the sidewalks, it says it's page 131 on Plan Hermosa. Wide sidewalks, is there a definition of wide? Because I checked in Plan Hermosa, I didn't see it, but there's a lot of pictures of
To my knowledge, there's no explicit definition in the general plan of what that is, but it does indicate a wide, more walkable sidewalk. I think it's envisioned to maybe potentially accommodate people walking next to each other, consideration of utilities in the right-of-way, but I don't believe there's a dimensional constraint listed in the general plan.
Okay, because just looking at that map, it includes PCH Aviation and then Pier and then the commercial district on Hermosa Avenue. So I didn't know if that would be, to reach its aspirational goals, would they have to be widened in any of those parts or part of PCH, et cetera, or are the current sidewalks considered wide enough as is?
I think there are certainly sections on where we show wide sidewalks, whether it's on aviation or particularly PCH, those corridors in particular, where we do have constraints with utility poles. We don't have a great walking environment. In some cases, we have sidewalks that are adjacent on PCH, for example, during the peak hour travel lane, you're walking adjacent to a peak hour travel lane. So you don't have a very good buffer. It doesn't feel good from a pedestrian standpoint to walk along that roadway. On Aviation, we similarly have a lot of vertical obstructions on it. So while not having an explicit definition of a wide sidewalk, I'd say it generally doesn't meet that definition. And I think partially why there's that larger project taking a look at Aviation and PCH to look at those corridors and see what might be possible on a corridor basis to try to enhance those accommodations.
So that is in the scope of work for the Caltrans Metro.
It is. It's really looking at the extent of those corridors and what we might be able to achieve to enhance accommodations for everyone. And so it's very early state. I think the extra layer of challenge on PCH is that it's a Caltrans facility. And so anything that we propose there, ultimately, they're going to have significant input on.
I don't know if you're the best to answer this or reps from the South Bay Bicycle Coalition, but and when I was thinking this question through my head, it kind of reversed back on me. But with the influx of electronic bikes, e-bikes, are sharrows becoming a more prominent type of bike lane because the speed of travel can be kept up a little bit easier than normal beach cruisers around town? But then I also thought with a higher speed of travel, now you're worried about possible collisions of cars pulling out, et cetera. So then I could see the class 4 bike lanes becoming more prominent as well, especially in that stretch from from here to Redondo Beach Pier. I mean, that is a very well-traveled segment of class 4 bike lane. So I don't know if that question makes sense. I mean, I feel like the sharrows with electronic bikes, with e-bikes now, I feel like they can at least keep up with traffic a little bit better. So is there a need to really invest that much in infrastructure? But that being said, the opportunity, since there are so many of them on our roads now, to kind of keep them separate is important as well.
Yeah, in general, what I'll say is that it really just depends on the cyclist. I think you're right that the e-bikes you can go pretty fast. You can easily do this almost the speed limit on some of them, if not the speed limit, depending on the roadway. But it really comes down to the comfort of the user. But we do have a lot of instances where we have the e-bikes that are on the sidewalk and not on the road. And I think that the sharrow is not always going to accommodate it, and I don't think that there's more broad deployment of it because of e-bikes. My understanding, and I'll let the coalition folks correct me if I'm wrong, but as they're looking at the Living Bike Master Plan, they're not even showing the sharrow conditions. They're really looking at where we have class 2 bike lane or class 4 facilities and really saying that is the network, or if we have separated class 1 facilities to see if there is a more connected separate network, and not really relying on the sharrows or the mixed street traffic, because it's really going to just limit who uses them. It really depends on the road. I mean, some streets are slow and most people would feel comfortable riding down them, but it really depends on the segment.
And then a lot of other cities have the luxury of a much wider streets. I mean, we're very unique that we have older infrastructure. A lot of these proposed projects would be a big infrastructure push if they were to be implemented fully with possible one-way traffic where there's currently two-way, or especially if you get into the class 4 lanes. Our streets are very tight in Hermosa Beach as it is. I guess I'll save my comments for later. Anyways, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. On my right, Councilmember Massey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just get right into comments. The key takeaways, I think, are that 70% of the car trips in the South Bay are less than 3 miles. I'm sure that statistic is, what's that? Are we doing questions?
Sure, however you want, questions or
Deliberation?
Mr.
Okay.
Mayor, this portion of the agenda is reserved for questions. So if there is more discussion to take place, it would happen after public comment.
Okay, I was under the impression that it's a study session and we can basically make comments and questions at any point in time because we're not really making motions, so.
Right, so however, we do have an agenda that has set in place a certain order of the study session, so my recommendation is to follow that just for efficiency purposes.
Okay, so questions only, then make comments? Then council member comments?
Questions and then public comment again. So then the council has the benefit of hearing even the public's
Okay,
receipt of what they've heard today.
thank you very much. Okay, so
All right,
I guess
Mr.
we're going with questions right now.
Well, let me push back on that, Mr. Mayor, because the agenda item says receive and provide comment on the Living Streets study session. We've had public comment, and we're going to have public comment at the end. If we were to limit ourselves to just questions and then have public comment and then adjourn, there won't be any deliberation or commenting on what's been presented to us.
That's a very good point, and you have a discussion time set aside after
After public
comment.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so we'll have discussion after public comment then. Okay?
Right, but it doesn't say that on the agenda, does it? It says 14 is adjournment.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, it's got, well, these are just my script notes.
Number 12 is council questions. Number 13, study session, public comment. And number 14, council discussion. As far as
All right,
I'm
What we
looking
have
at a
going.
draft that's got a little different, okay.
that agenda is different.
describe.
Okay, Got it.
Sorry about that, Councilmember Massey.
all right, that's
I can
okay.
Send you a link.
That's okay, as long as we get to talk about the substance of it and like,
Right.
as opposed to just ask questions. Let me quickly scan my notes to see if I have any questions. No questions, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the briefing, Joseph. You mentioned 25th Street, and I know once you get past, I believe, 21st Street, there are few, if any, crosswalks, and that's a highly trafficked, very fast part of Ardmore. Is there any discussion or thought about putting a crosswalk on 25th to cross Ardmore and connect to the Warren Path that crosses the Greenbelt?
Thank you, Councilmember Jackson, for that question. So we have gotten a number of requests in the vicinity of Ardmore and 25th Street as well as 30th Longfellow. And we have done some initial feasibility studies to determine whether or not we could install crosswalks, and we are looking at potentially installing crosswalks as part of the annual sidewalk improvement program project that's currently programmed in the CIP. Those would require new ramps as well as likely be paired with a rectangular rapid flashing beacon. But we do think it's achievable to install those two in the current project that we have. It's something that we've been working on.
Excellent. That would be great. Thank you. Councilmember Dutoy asked about wide sidewalks, and I believe our widest sidewalks are probably Upper Pier. Is that correct? And maybe 2nd, 8th Street? Is that sort of what is the ideal, without specific feet, is our aspiration pier, Upper Pier, you think? Or is it 8th Street or a combination of that width? I understand we have challenges, in terms of road size and utility poles and whatnot, but in an ideal world, I guess, what is it that we would strive for?
So it's a good question. So you talked about probably two different facility types in the hierarchy of PED facilities. So 8th Street is what we call a priority sidewalk. So I think trying to enhance and make sure it has connectivity. Those largely overlay with the Safe Routes to School network. I mean, 5 foot is our bare minimum, what we want to achieve. You can go down to 4 foot for ADA choke points. but that's really the minimum standard. So I think anything above 5 is what you want to achieve for a priority sidewalk network. But when we look at the wide sidewalk networks, I mean, our peer avenues, if you think about the streetscape that's there, that it is a wide sidewalk that people could walk down together and comfortably pass an oncoming pedestrian, has landscape features or lighting, buffered by parking or trees. I think that's more of an idealized network where we have those various elements that make it a comfortable, enjoyable place to walk and be.
So in a perfect world, that's what we would have citywide.
Well, I think citywide on our wide sidewalk network and our commercial corridors, but then wider sidewalks citywide where we show priority sidewalks. So, but in general, looking at some type of connectivity citywide on all streets.
Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you. I think those are all the questions I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question on updating the bicycle master plan. Do we need to, as a minimum, add things to the master plan that we've already implemented that aren't on the plan, so that in the event we want to seek funding to help us out with those things, that they are included in our updated master plan? I would think that, for example, on Valley, we've put on Sharrows, and Pier Avenue, we have bike lanes, and those were not even on the master plan.
So those things that have already been implemented are less of a concern because we've already done them. I think where the master plan is helpful is if we have a segment that's shown as an intended facility, then we can always use that as a backup to show that there was some community support. But if we were to change, things in the network, it may be beneficial to have more outreach to help support those corridor improvements once we get more into feasibility study to determine how something would potentially fit.
Okay, thank you. And then on the north end, where we have Sharrows on Hermosa Avenue, but we also have a Class 1 bike path as you enter from Manhattan Beach that suddenly gets obviously too skinny. It's not up to code anymore. Would that be something we would need to add to this as a Class 1 so that we might be able to seek improvements for that? Or what? That would be the bike path that goes from the border of Manhattan Beach until it hooks down on, I think it's 28th or 26th onto the Strand.
So I think now the bike plan, it shows that that is a desirable facility in that segment. So all we've done is shown whether or not it's been implemented or not. And I think the fact that it has not fully been implemented is all that we really need to know or have included in the bike plan. But if we were, for example, to go after funding, we could show that it was intended in the network, and that's why we're proceeding with it. Of course, it will require more planning and evaluation to figure out exactly how to fit it, because it's striped narrow because it doesn't currently fit in the cross-section.
Right.
So that's the challenge.
So would we need to update the bicycle master plan to show a Class 1 bicycle path in that area? Because right now it's showing the Sharrows, of course, on Hermosa Avenue, and the Strand, which is a multi-use, but there's nothing in the master plan that specifically relates to that segment where we have a Class 1 separated bike path that kind of is not up to code. That's what I'm talking about, the section from the Manhattan border. It goes between Hermosa Avenue and the Strand.
Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure that I'm fully understanding the question that you have. You're talking about the segment that connects from Manhattan Avenue to the Strand?
Manhattan Beach border, yeah, on the bike path on Manhattan Beach at the border, and you continue on in that separated bike path that currently exists that's not on Hermosa Avenue.
Yeah.
That's what I'm referring to, that section there.
The
is not on
separated
the it's not on the-
facility that runs parallel with Hermosa Avenue?
Yes.
Okay, and are you referring to where it narrows down?
Well, eventually it does. When you progress further into Hermosa, then it narrows down, yes. But it starts out as a separated bike path as you flow from Manhattan Beach's bike path into Hermosa.
We're currently shown as a multi-use path along that whole stretch. So I think what we have highlighted is there's a segment that's not a true multi-use path because it doesn't meet current design standards. So I don't think there's really any update needed on that segment because it's already shown in the plan.
Well, the multi-use path is a strand.
No, there's a separate facility in Hermosa Avenue parallel with the
Right,
street.
that's what I'm referring to.
Yes. And so that in the bike plan is shown in purple is a multi-use path from the northern city limits all the way to, I believe, Greenwich Village. And I think what we're pointing out is when you get down to Greenwich Village, we haven't achieved true multi-use path because it narrows below design standards. So the bike plan is correct. It doesn't need to be updated. It's really more of a future project effort to bring it up to current design standards and greater usability.
Okay, maybe I'll have to talk to you offline about this more. It looks like to me that you have a multi-use path on the Strand, and then you have Sharrows on Hermosa Avenue, but that section is not on the plan, that separated bike path. But we can talk offline about it further. Thanks. Okay. Any other questions before we open it up to public comment? Okay. Madam City Clerk, do we have any cards submitted?
I do not have any speaker cards, but if you would like to provide comment on the study session only, now is the time to provide comment. Comments are limited to 3 minutes.
Great. Anyone wishing to step up that's in our audience here, feel free to.
Yes. At heart, hello, Mayor and Council. So I was just sitting there, Googled what living streets is, and it says, streets designed with the interest of pedestrians and cyclists in mind by providing enriching and experiential spaces. That sounds good to me personally. What I'm hearing so far is more about bicycles and bicycle paths, and which we have, and it works. But I'd like to know what other components of living streets would show up that would include the community to come enjoy their streets and spend time, shop, enjoy life.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, City Manager, Mayor, City Council. This is kind of like old home week for me, but old home night, so it's a pleasure to be here. I'm here representing the South Bay Bicycle Coalition Plus. I'm on the board, so Liam spoke earlier. He's really our technical person that's really put a lot of effort into this, what Joe's been describing as the living plan update. But I'm also I'm not a resident of Hermosa Beach, but I'm here frequently, and I find because I have so much free time now, which is wonderful, walking and biking, I frequently come back here because this is such a friendly place to walk around and bicycle, and there's great things to see. Of course, I can look back at my history here and look at what's happened around town. It's like, oh, that was a good thing I worked on, but maybe not so much on other things. So it's a fun place for me to come, and I think it's great to see that the city is still working so hard on what I worked hard on when I was here on the implementing the general plan, the mobility goals, and the city is really blessed with a great public works director and staff, as well as city manager team that is dedicated and has passion for this. I mean, I've seen in my role as a board member for the South Bay, if every city had this kind of I mean, I shouldn't say it would be a lot easier for us if we had this kind of effort in many of the South Bay cities, which it varies all over the map. Redondo Beach is doing some great things, but it's not so great in other cities. So if everyone was like Hermosa Beach, it would be so much easier. And so I would like to say that SBBC Plus will continue to offer our resources and work with your team. And I would really like to see Hermosa Beach continue its leadership in setting examples on how we can make our rights of way better in the South Bay, both for getting people, locals in Hermosa Beach around, but helping people regionally get around and have a more comfortable kind of urban lifestyle to live in and make those choices. It would be a lot better if your first choice was a bicycle or walking because the options were really good than hesitating because you're worried about safety or whatever other issues are preventing you from making that choice to walk or ride a bike. So I would really like the City Council to continue to keep this as a very high priority in the city, both in investment decisions, planning decisions, and continue the great work. And again, the South Bay Bicycle Coalition is here to help. So thank you. It was great seeing you all.
Thank you. Anybody else in our council chambers? Okay, looks like we got some more here.
Evening, council, staff. David Graythen, Public Works Commission. Not too much to say. I'm glad to see that it looks like that our plan that was developed in conjunction with the coalition and reflected in her Plan Hermosa appears to be still pretty current. And for example, as far as the bicycle network goes, we are continuing to track what they're doing. For example, the changes that they made to their 2024 version of the plan. So I would say that puts us in a good position where we continue to focus on implementing the current plan versus putting a lot of effort into expanding or updating the plan. And so, for example, the CIP for street paving that we're going to be doing with the inclusion of the Sharrows on Valley south of Pier, that will be a good, and it's an example of the incremental development and implementation of the plan. That'll also be good to add that in there because that sort of south central corridor, that will help enhance that. In conjunction with what we did to add the Sharrows on Ardmore, north of Pier Avenue, which, by the way, is an example of an enhancement that was made, something that eventually could be reflected in the plan, something we did, even though this is sort of the implementation before the plan. But I wouldn't go off and spend a lot of time making a new document just for that purpose. So it looks like we're in pretty good shape there. And just some information for Mayor Francois. You were asking about the bike lane transition from Manhattan to the Hermosa Strand and also Greenwich Village, which for those who don't know is basically 26th, 27th Street there by North End, Critters, and Hermosa Avenue. Within the past few years, we got some funds to do what was basically a sea level rise resilience study. And within the allowed scope of those was that in conjunction with being resilient to sea level rise and having things like dunes with vegetation and tending to outfalls and things like that, we were able to also develop some very rough initial concepts for how we would make those transitions at those 2 points and do the traffic flow. So if you want to take some time to look at the report from that study, it might get you a little more up to speed and help stimulate some thoughts. So I just wanted to add that as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else in our council chambers? Okay, Madam City Clerk, anyone online?
Matt McCool, your 3 minutes will begin once you're unmuted.
Staff, Matt McCool. We'll be super brief. I wish I could have been there in person today, but
participating in Christopher Columbus festivities today, celebrate Christopher Columbus. Happy Christopher Columbus Day. Just want to go ahead and state that I find this entire proceeding on a federal holiday extremely offensive to the Italian American people, and this city owes them an apology. Good night. God bless.
And Mayor, I do not see any other virtual hands raised at this time.
Okay, thank you. Bringing it back to the council. Is there anyone remaining in the council chambers wishing to provide any input? Thank you. Please step up.
Mayor Pro Tem, Council, thank you. My name is Eric Horn. I live on 30th Street. I wanted to first just say my appreciation that this topic is getting its own study session. I recently had a couple of visitors from out of town come to Hermosa, and LA, as you know, is primarily known as a car city. Everyone thinks that you have to drive to get anywhere. We spent almost no time showing my guests around broader LA. We were riding bikes all around Hermosa, patronizing local businesses, and I just wanted to add that because I know that one of the objectives of Living Streets is to stimulate local economic development. I know it's just an anecdote, but I thought that that was worth mentioning. I live on 30th Street, and I navigate, incidentally, every single time I'm riding my bike to the city council chambers, the situation between 30th Street and Gould, and then going down towards the city council chamber. You know, you guys already know this, but I just think it merits repeating. We not only do not have a crosswalk going from 30th Street to the Greenbelt, we also do not, I don't believe we have the Sharrows going from 30th Street and Valley to Gould. And so I was riding my bike a couple days ago on that stretch of road, and I was getting honked at, and it was like unclear to me if the drivers knew that I was allowed to be on the road there. I'm not even sure if I was allowed to be on the road there now that I'm thinking about it, because I'm aware that there are the Sharrows on Ardmore's side, but I was only made aware of that last week. And so I definitely would urge you guys to consider, even as we're looking at ways to improve the sidewalk between 30th Street and Gould. I know that some of the sidewalk is blocked by private driveways now and is pretty much inaccessible. I do think that the Sharrows there would make a good intermediate measure just for folks that need to get down that pathway and choose to ride a bike instead of walking and going around. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Good evening.
Good evening, Laura Pena. I'm here as a resident. I'm somebody who lives in the community, and I also work here. And I would love to ride my bike in the community, but I don't because I don't feel safe. So I'm in that category of interested but concerned. And one of the reasons why I'm concerned is, even though I ride my bike, I have an e-bike, I don't like doing Sharrows. It's just not my thing. One of the things I'd like to see is, and I'm glad I'm hearing about it, that we're thinking of doing the bike lane on Pier Avenue, doing some kind of green striping. That would help. I noticed the public commenter who said an e-comment in that he'd like to see possibly Ardmore or Valley be one way with a bike lane. I thought it was an interesting idea, and I wanted to give voice to that. One of the things that I do is I ride my bike in Redondo and I ride my bike in Manhattan Beach. And if I felt safe here, and a lot of that has to do with lighting at night. So in our downtown, it's a little bit dark, so I just don't feel safe. So I walk everywhere, which is fine. But if we wanted to promote this living streets and bikeability, I just think it's something that we need to have a comprehensive approach, because I'm somebody who would love to ride their bike more. And I don't. And one of the things that I think, Mayor Pro Tem Seaman, when you asked about the counts, I think tracking how many bicycles we have and how often we use them would kind of give us an ability to gauge whether or not we're going in the right direction with some of our policy decisions, our program decisions. And I know that in Plan Hermosa, we have the decision-making tool of asking that question and creating that baseline. So I think that would be something that would be very helpful, because I'd like to see progress towards this. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the council chambers here wishing to speak on this? Okay. Bringing it back to the city council once again. I had a question on streets that are two-lane. When we put a Sharrow in the right lane, that is a benefit for cyclists that can essentially take over that lane, especially when it's not high traffic, and automobiles can move to the left lane, and that's a beneficial use of a Sharrow on a two-lane road, correct?
I think the intent is that it helps inform the driver that they can take the full lane. And so I think in a case where we have a multi-lane road, it reduces the delay for the motorists because, as you alluded to, they can go around them. I don't know if that's the benefit of the Sharrow, but it's really more to enhance visibility to motorists that the cyclists are there and they have the right to be there.
But it is a benefit on a two-lane road as opposed to when it's one lane, you have a Sharrow, and then you're still sharing it essentially with the automobile, so.
Sure. I mean, you have less potential for disruption on a multi-lane road because there's more options.
Okay. And aviation is on our master plan, which is good. I'd like to stress that that might be a great priority to put a Sharrow in on aviation because lots of times when it's not heavily traveled, I think it's a great benefit. I can't tell you how many times I've had motorists honk at me because I'm over as far as I can be on the right side. They've got two lanes to move, but that's just part of the education process. And then there's mention of these crosswalks going onto the greenbelt. And there seems to be a problem with high curbs there, and so like at 16th Street, the crossing guard has mentioned to me several times because someone will be crossing that crosswalk, entering the greenbelt, and you have this really high curb, and then it jumps down onto the greenbelt. So I didn't know if that's something that can be corrected, and that's something that certainly if we're going to put other crosswalks in heading onto the greenbelt, that's a barrier that needs to be overcome where somehow, I guess we can't pave any part of the greenbelt, but you need some transition for pedestrians and especially accessibility reasons to get from a crosswalk that's entering the greenbelt to get onto the greenbelt. Is that, I don't know if you could just make some comment on that.
Sure. Let me see if I can answer all the questions you asked. So the first one was about providing access, I think, at 25th or 30th Street. That'll have to be fully designed. If we provide a crosswalk, we have to have accessible landings, at least at each side. We don't believe that we have to provide a complete accessible connection to the path itself, as long as we provide a safe, compliant landing on both ends of the crosswalk facility leading to the greenbelt. There are a number of locations along the greenbelt. I'm not familiar with the 16th Street location off the top of my head of the exact location. However, I do know there are a number of them that are non-compliant, that do not meet current needs, and we do have high curbs. You don't even have curb ramps. And so that is one condition that exists. And then the other condition that we have is that there are not the spacing of the crossings across Valley Yard, more particularly up in that neighborhood where 25th Street is. We find that there's a large spacing between marked crossings to provide safe accommodation. So it's a larger issue. I think the ones with 25th and 30th that I've talked about are ones where we've had multiple requests from the community. And so as we log these requests that come in, we take a look at them and balance it against safety needs and see if there's a way that we can program it into a larger project to address the immediate concern. But overall, we do have to systematically look at all of our crossings in the city and work to bring them up to compliance to the best that we can.
Right. And it's a big project. There's a lot of sidewalks that aren't in compliance as well with poles coming right through the, yeah, I know. We have a lot of that, so. Thank you very much. Councilmember Massey, you were ready to go on this.
Thank you very much. And thank you, everybody, for the comments. I really appreciate it. Liam, I appreciate the work you've done to put the Story Maps project together, you and the folks at the Bicycle Coalition. I want to go through just several comments At the end of my comments are going to be where I think we should focus in terms of as we encourage members of our community to engage with the story maps process and the updating of the bicycle master plan for Hermosa Beach, what we can do in the interim consistent with what's in Plan Hermosa and what's in Plan Hermosa in terms of bikeways and safe routes to school and so on and so forth. And it's, I think, focusing and perhaps developing capital improvement program projects around east-west connectivity for bicycles. I think in our Plan Hermosa, we have 5th and 21st identified as east-west corridors so that folks from the east side of town, that is east of PCH, can get down and across PCH to the parks and the beach and schools and downtown and so on and so forth. We also, I think, have 16th listed on Plan Hermosa, but I actually think we ought to revisit that and seriously consider 14th as the east-west corridor that makes sense between 5th and 21st. And there's a couple reasons for that. One is we just put a crosswalk, a signaled crosswalk at 14th across PCH. So you can connect from where Jaspy's Sports is and Vans across to where US Bank is, and then go down Pier Avenue, either walking on the sidewalk, which is a big wide sidewalk all the way down to Valley Ardmore, or riding on the street down to Pier and Valley Ardmore, from which you can go north to Valley School if you want, straight into downtown, to the beach, and so on and so forth. The reason I think 14th is preferable to 16th is because there's no through traffic on 14th. Whereas 16th is a street used by cars to go both up and down the hill. 14th has a gate across it, so there's no through traffic there. And also to get to 14th, you go through some quieter non-through streets, so the access to 14th, I think, is preferable. I think 5th and 21st are ideal for several reasons. They each have a light across PCH at the bottom, and of our streets, from PCH up to Prospect, for example, they probably have the gentlest grade of just about any streets, so that kids and folks of all ages coming down from Prospect to PCH, to cross PCH and get to the west side of town, will be on a street that's not as steep as 14th or 16th. I also think, and Councilmember Jackson and I have talked about this, we ought to extend the work we did downtown Hermosa in terms of putting in a bike lane and taking Hermosa Avenue down to a lane of car traffic from 8th Street to the south end of town to connect up with Harbor Gateway. Those are what I think we can and should focus on as we work on updating a larger master plan and creating better connectivity for folks to go east-west across PCH, as well as folks coming from the south side of town to downtown, will pay dividends and demonstrate, as we've heard tonight, that if you build it, people will use it. So what we heard in the presentation was important. 70% of South Bay car trips are less than 3 miles. 2/3 of people will bike if you build the network, and we just heard that in the public comments as well. And we know that to be true. There are health benefits to biking and walking that just aren't there driving a car. And it's especially true in short trips. And Eric told, personal stories about some of the challenges he has getting around town. And it's, a personal thing for a lot of us. My kids ride their bikes to school whenever they can. On Valley Drive, which is, requires you to perhaps not be strong and fearless, but interested but concerned at a minimum, to ride along Valley because it's relatively narrow as a roadbed, and it's busy with cars for pickup and drop off at school time. But nonetheless, it's manageable and can only be improved. Another north-south corridor that we use regularly is Monterey, where we put Sharrows in years ago. It's got a relatively wide roadbed, so you're visible for cars, and it's relatively safe for school kids to use. And I remember when the Measure S projects were being discussed, and specifically the new Vista School was being discussed, and we put together the North School Traffic Management Plan, there was a lot of discussion about working as a community to encourage parents to walk and bike their kids to school. This is certainly true for people north of Gould who are within walking distance of Vista School, as well as people in the neighborhood. But it's also for folks who come from the south side of town like we do, who can, get there on the Strand, on Hermosa Avenue, on Monterey, relatively safely, and get into the neighborhood and get into Vista School with minimal disruption to the neighbors around Vista School, and also, building competency in our kids and comfort in terms of their ability to get around town without having to be driven in their parents' 3-ton SUV. Living streets has been the policy of the city since 2012, since before any of us joined the council. It's only increased in importance as the popularity of e-bikes have increased. We see all generations of folks. I see folks in middle age, retirees, kids of all ages riding e-bikes around the city. They certainly have to have been one of the most popular Christmas gifts and holiday gifts over the last several years. So they have proliferated. And Living Streets is additive to our city. It's about providing comfortable pathways for folks using different modes of traffic or transportation besides cars to get around. It's not a zero-sum game necessarily, but some reallocation of space is beneficial in my mind. So as we participate in the South Bay Bicycle Coalition story map process and updating the Bike Master Plan, and as we encourage our residents to have their voices heard in that process, I would say we should focus on those east-west corridors that I talked about, and we should focus on beginning the process of talking about extending the work we did downtown to the southern border to connect up with Hermosa Gateway. There was a little bit of discussion and questioning about what kind of data do we have about how many cyclists we have, how many cars we have, et cetera, et cetera. Obviously, it depends upon where you're counting, right? You could count on the Strand, you can count on Hermosa Avenue, you can count on Pier Avenue to collect data as far as how people are getting around. What we do know is there's a couple things that are important. Aviation was mentioned by the mayor as a place for Sharrows. It's important to point out that we had the Aviation Pier Subcommittee a decade plus ago, and that was a whole bunch of stakeholders who got together to talk about what we might do in terms of re-envisioning aviation, PCH, and so on and so forth, and Pier Avenue. And in that process, there was outreach to the business owners in Hermosa Beach on aviation. And what we know from Caltrans data is that when you build bikeways, you increase foot traffic to the businesses along the bikeway. It's economically beneficial because rather than people ripping by in their cars at 30 miles an hour, people are biking. And if you have an A-frame out or a sidewalk sale or you're just open, people are much more likely to pull their bike over, go in and check out what you're selling, and patronize your business. The data clearly shows it. And we actually have data from the beach cities. Harbor Gateway, if you recall, it was 8 years ago or so that we reconfigured the connection from the Strand to Harbor Drive in Redondo Beach. It used to be a wall at the south end of town, at the south end of the Strand in Hermosa. And today, it's a connected bikeway that connects from the Strand out onto Harbor Drive. That project, they've measured the bike usage on Harbor Drive, and it's over 3,000 travelers a day on that stretch of Harbor Drive. So if you build it, they will come. And the foot traffic to businesses along Harbor Drive has increased since they did that project. So it's been not only beneficial to mobility, but it's also been beneficial to the businesses along that corridor. And that brings me back to aviation. And the businesses were surveyed, and they are amenable to adding a dedicated bike lane where there's currently parking on Aviation Boulevard through Hermosa Beach. And when I drive up our stretch of Aviation, I see a variety of businesses that have on-site parking that are open at various times of day. You've got the preschool on the north side, which is open during the day, and its parking lot is unused at night, right next to the tire store. And on the west side, you've got a variety of businesses, some of which are the Chicken Shack, for example, which is open at evening hours, but a lot of the rest of it is open. Those businesses are open during the day, so their on-site parking is unused. We could get creative and do parking sharing amongst those businesses so that they would have adequate on-site parking for their patrons, regardless of when their hours are open, and free up space along Aviation for a dedicated bike lane, which would allow folks from Redondo Beach to get down that corridor, increasing foot traffic to those businesses and providing connectivity across PCH down to Hermosa Beach. All of that makes sense and can be explored in the long term. But I think while we work on those things, those broader steps, I do think that we can bite off a piece that we can chew, which is those 3 east-west corridors, making those safe for kids to get to school, to get to parks, to get downtown, without having to have their parents drive them everywhere, which is going to benefit not only the parents of the kids who want their kids to be able to safely bike and e-bike around town, but it's also going to benefit those of us down closer to the beach and who live around the schools and the parks and everything like that by reducing the amount of car trips through residential streets and increasing the number of bike trips. So I'll stop there, Mr. Mayor, with one last comment, and that is the question about Valley and Ardmore. The comment was we should take a look at turning the inner lanes on Valley and Ardmore into dedicated bike lanes and have Ardmore be northbound, Valley be southbound. That's a bigger conversation with stakeholders along the Valley-Ardmore corridor. And I would say of those 2 streets, the one to focus on is Ardmore, because Ardmore is one of the pedestrian and bicycle unfriendliest streets in Hermosa Beach. And if we can do anything for a street in this city, Ardmore is it. And I think that it would be beneficial not only to the community, but also to the stakeholders along Ardmore. So there's much to be done in terms of long-range planning, but I think there are things that we can do by way of actions now that are consistent with our planning documents, consistent where we will no doubt head, will provide proof of the concept that if you build it, people will use it, and will frankly benefit the quality of life and the appeal of our city to visitors like Ken Robertson, our former director, who illustrates perfectly for us that if we make Hermosa Beach a bikeable and walkable city, folks will come here to experience that, and while they're here, spend money in our businesses, patronizing our food and beverage establishments and our other small businesses. So for all those reasons, thank you for the presentation. I'm glad we're discussing this, and let's move forward with what we can and also develop the big picture and get to the ultimate end goal, which is being a model of a city that provides living streets. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. And reflecting on your comments of the wall taken down and that wonderful bike path that now exists down there in Harbor Drive. I worked on the master plan with the South Bay Coalition. I fought for decades and decades to get that wall down. Of all the things, that's an incredible monument to the success of increasing business, foot traffic, commercialization, and how it shows bringing bikes through the process just increases economic development like nothing else. That's just, that was quite an accomplishment, and I hope we can have more things like that. I wanted to ask you one thing about 14th Street, since you mentioned your idea was bringing it down because it's a lower grade street, but it does empty onto PCH, and I think 16th was probably chosen because it brings cyclists all the way down to Ardmore, which, especially if you're heading northbound, is a nicer transition and less traffic. So I think maybe it's better to add it, but to take things out, I think, I don't think we should be in the business of trying to remove things. So I don't, that was my comment on that. Do you have any more comments on that 14th, or am I missing something there?
No, I think there's pros and cons. Obviously, if you come down 14th and cross at the light, you're standing right at the corner of PCH and Pier, right in front of US Bank. And so you can either walk down the really wide sidewalk to Ardmore, or you can ride Pier Avenue down to Ardmore. The same is true on 16th, but on 16th, you're just going straight down 16th by the pavilion where 24-hour fitness is.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they both get you down to Ardmore. The concern I have about 16th, frankly, is how steep that final stretch is. I mean, I worry about kids whose brakes might fail and they're going to end up in traffic on PCH. The same is true, unfortunately, of 14th. It is really steep in its final stretch, but at least you don't have through car traffic there, because 14th has a gate at the bottom of it, whereas 16th has a light at the bottom of it that vehicles use to go both up and down 16th. So 16th is more heavily used by cars. So there are pros and cons to both, I suspect, but I just think we ought to look again at whether 16th is the ideal sort of mid-city east-west corridor usable for people of all ages to get across PCH.
Yeah. Thank you. And I guess it's these little discussions here why I thought maybe it'd be a good idea to have a report on this on our consent calendar, just go over it once more. Why not give the visibility? But if there are two other council members that agree with having something like that, it will come back. Otherwise, it won't. So who's next? Anyone? Mayor Pro Tem.
Sure, thank you. Most of the discussion tonight and the presentation has been largely focused on bicycles and e-bikes, walkability, bicycle ability, biking ability in Hermosa Beach. I think these are all noble goals. I think Councilman Massey pointed out that bikeability and walkability brings visitors here, and that brings foot traffic, and that brings business, and that helps the businesses. Totally agree with that. I think it's important that we have safe routes back and forth to school, not just for school, but for children on bicycles, and now the huge problem of e-bikes. There's so many more e-bikes on the road now. It creates a problem. So we need to work on bikeability in this city. We need to work on sharrows, if sharrows is the right way to go, bike paths, if that's the right way to go, where to put them, how large they should be, what class they should be, and so on. I agree with all of that. But one thing that we have not really mentioned much of here, we just sort of touched on it a little bit, is that most of the people in Hermosa Beach don't work here in Hermosa Beach. They have to work somewhere else. Whether it's downtown LA or Torrance or Lawndale or Santa Monica or wherever it is, you have to get from Hermosa Beach to someplace to work and then home again. All you need to do is go out to PCH in the morning starting around maybe 6 a.m. and see the traffic that's there. All of those cars are people that are going somewhere else to work. And then in the afternoon, it's the same thing in reverse. And so, and on the fact of build it and they will come, I agree with that completely. If we build a structure, an infrastructure for bicycles, and make this a wonderful biking area and a wonderful walking area. Those are all noble goals, are all good things to do. But one problem is that those visitors who are going to come here and enjoy our bike paths and our restaurants and so on and so forth are going to have to get here somehow. Most of them probably won't ride their bike from Santa Monica to Hermosa Beach. There's other things to do with their Saturday and Sunday. They'll bring a car here with the bikes on the back. And so there's going to be car traffic no matter what we do. Those people who bring their cars with bicycles on the back are going to have to park the cars someplace, unload the bicycles, and then enjoy our city and spend their money and so on and so forth, and then go home in a car. So all I'm trying to say is that living streets and everything we've discussed, the connectivity, all of this business is all wonderful things, and it's good stuff. I'm not against it at all. I only say we should caution a little bit about what we call multimodal transportation modes. And that's multimodal. That means more than just one. And so if it's bicycles, we've neglected what are we going to do about some cars here too. So we can't go overboard in one direction and say, well, let's put a Sharrow here and let's take this lane out and move this over here and make this so bicycle-oriented that you can't drive down the street anymore. People that live here, the residents that live here, should be able to come and go from their homes in their cars like they have for the last couple hundred years. And so I'm just saying that all of this is great stuff. I'm all for living streets, but with some caution. Let's just kind of try and keep an eye on what we're doing here and not go too overboard in one direction. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Detoy.
Thank you. I'll start off in more broad comments that, our councils and our city priorities are around creating these safe streets that will improve our quality of life and also hopefully be economic drivers for our business community. As some of the public commenters mentioned, living streets play a foundational role in a thriving local economy. When people feel secure walking or biking and exploring neighborhoods, they're more likely to stop, shop, and spend their money in Hermosa. And I think we saw this during COVID. We were able to activate our Mediterranean lifestyle here. We really activated our public spaces and our sidewalks. And all those elements contribute to placemaking. So do lights. So do public seating areas, fountains, or, I was just in Bethesda a few months ago, and there's a beautiful outdoor fountain, and everyone draws there, and they're eating gelato there, and it's just a great place to run into your neighbors and create that community aspect that we so love. But I do agree that we also need to be very thoughtful about our public parking, because I'm not going to be naive to say that, all our visitors are not from Hermosa Beach. Even some east of the highway prefer driving down. So the thoughtful parking is definitely important. But we should prioritize also the infrastructure. I know I talked about it earlier, I touched on it. We do have very small streets and very old streets. And then one thing that even makes it more difficult is the east-west connections across the Greenbelt. 2nd, 8th, Pier, Valley, 30th. And so there's some big blocks there if they were to do one-ways, and this will lead into my next point about the public safety aspect of it. There needs to be a balanced approach, especially for the accessibility for public safety. And we have to make sure there's quick responses, et cetera. I know that people that oppose these living street initiatives, road diets, et cetera, there's just a concern for making sure that emergency vehicles can get places quickly. That being said, I am all for what we have done so far and look forward to having more projects like this in the future. I think, as I said, we saw the benefit of it, creating these walkable, vibrant downtown areas, and how we can activate it even more. The reason why I asked about the wide sidewalks earlier, I don't know if that's an aspirational plan to even widen our public spaces even more. Aviation is very narrow for pedestrian access. Might meet ADA requirements, but doesn't really create the environment because you're walking next to cars moving very quickly coming down the hill there. The east-west, I think, yeah, as Councilmember Massey mentioned, that 14th Street crossing, knowing that crosswalk on the north side is opened up, it does dump right onto Pierre Avenue. Could be a good addition to the master plan. But again, this is multimodal, so it's walking, it's biking, and it is car traffic as well. So how do we kind of couple those moving forward? But slowing down the speeds does help for people driving by to realize, oh, there's a shop there. Oh, they have services that I might want. Or there's a new restaurant that just popped up, and they'll actually notice those spots versus whizzing right by on a highway. So I appreciate SBBC. That map that you have done with the overlays is very impressive, including all the traffic accidents. It is very, very impressive. If anyone hasn't checked it out in council chambers or watching online, it is amazing to see the evolution of it and the kind of the timeline on it. So very well done. And then thank you to staff for bringing this forward. I think there's a lot of things we can do and a lot of ways that we can tie the multimodal aspect into a lot of our CIPs moving forward, and excited about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you again, Joe, for the presentation. It's exciting. I think we're moving in a positive direction. I think we're trending in the right direction in terms of the things we've done already. You talked about the protected crosswalks and some of the bump outs we've done, and I know we've blocked off some traffic on 6th Street and Hermosa Avenue. So I think this is a good continuation of many of the good things we've done, and I appreciate Mr. Walsh talking about the aspiration of going from Class 2 to Class 4. The reality is every other Christmas gift is going to be an e-bike. We're going to see more of those and not less. You go to any single school, to include our Valley School, and you will see a handful of pedal bikes, and the rest are all pedal assist and e-bikes. You go to any of the high schools, and it's the same thing. So I think we need to really look at prioritizing a true bicycle infrastructure, one that prioritizes east and west movement as well as north and south movement, because all these kids are biking to high school, and there's no real safe route to do that. Be it Redondo or be it Miracosta, 9 out of 10 kids are biking, and to the extent we can have, the bicycle infrastructure. We talked about Ardmore, which is, you talk to any of our CSO, it's probably the most dangerous between 2nd and Pier. It is probably the most dangerous stretch in our city because it is so narrow. And cars are, we had a city commissioner whose truck was totaled sitting out there. We've had cars flip into the green belt. We have a car that loses a side view mirror every other day. So I think in terms of looking at that stretch to begin with, I think Councilmember Massey mentioned it. It might make sense to put a Class 4 bike lane on that west side of Ardmore, where it's connected to Ardmore all the way heading north and crosses over to 21st, where there's a protected bike lane that takes you up to Prospect, and then Prospect to Artesia for those that are going to Costa. And I think anything we can do to slow down cars on Ardmore, particularly when you cross over Pier, would be a good thing, because everyone is in a rush going nowhere fast. So I think to the extent we can include that area in terms of a bicycle infrastructure, I think would be great. Obviously, a lot of kids are biking on Valley. That's been mentioned. that's a challenge. And I know there have been discussions about, does it make sense to one way? You know, I don't know if there's room enough to narrow those roads and put a Class 2 bike lane on Valley. You know, is that something that we want to look at doing? So I think there's certainly room for improving that accessible corridor to Valley schools. And then that would give parents the comfort to send their kids on a bike. Because right now, the kids are going to ride on the sidewalk, or they're going to ride on the green belt, or they're going to walk, because it's just not safe. And even in Sharrows, I mean, everyone blows their horns, because the reality is, you know, a lot of folks in cars don't think they should have to share the road with cyclists, despite the fact cyclists have as much right to the road as the person in the 4-ton SUV. And that's why they're blowing their horn at you. Councilmember Massey talked about Hermosa Avenue. You know, I've never been a fan of Redondo Beach's Class 4 bike lane connecting to our mixed-use Strand, which has an 8-mile-an-hour. I've never quite understood that. I understand the connectivity, but I think one of the things we should look at is, okay, does it make sense to run that Class 4 Redondo Beach bike path where we can build a Class 4 bike path on the west side of Hermosa Avenue without removing the parking, and that could meet up with the Class 4 bike lane at Critters on 27th Avenue that then runs onto the Manhattan Beach Strand, their bike path, their Class 4 bike path. Because right now you go from Manhattan Beach, Class 4, connects into Hermosa Beach, Critters, it stops, and then it goes to Sharrow all the way south. Not a fan of doing anything on 35th Street, because I don't think, I think the last thing we want is to make that bike friendly, where we would then have bikes zipping up and down, again, from a Class 4 bike lane in Manhattan Beach to a shared use, our Strand, which is a shared use. Because right now, you can go from the Class 4 Manhattan Beach bike lane to Longfellow, where it drops down and connects with the Strand, and that's what cyclists do now. I also understand we have to look at this holistically. I mean, if we're going to look at a Class 4 bike lane on Hermosa Avenue, which I think is something we need to look at, you've got to look at, you know, the paving, the restriping, the meters, if we're going to get rid of those meters at some point, which I think we are moving towards, which would give us increased sidewalk space, 12 to 16 inches of sidewalk space that we could reclaim with the reduction of those meters. I think all that should be taken into consideration when we're looking at what it is we want to do on Hermosa Avenue. And I also think some centerline trees down Hermosa Avenue would be a good thing to look at when we're looking at that holistically as well. The mayor mentioned the gate on the walk-only zone. I think that has been a success, and that's something we should continue to maintain and look for. You know, I don't know if it's planters or we keep the gate up, but I think that's something that we should maintain, because I think it's, for all intents and purposes, everyone would agree that that has been a successful project. And I certainly understand, you know, no one's looking to reduce the abilities of cars to drive into the city and to park. And I think there are ways that we can slow cars down, still give them the ability to park, but also provide a safe place for bicyclists, particularly e-bikers. And if we've got the Class 4 bike lanes on Hermosa Avenue, then that will take a great deal of them off of the Strand, which obviously is a huge safety concern, and onto a Class 4 protected bike lane where more folks would be comfortable riding. And I think it'll increase the number of folks that are willing to drive on or to ride their bikes on our streets, because right now it's not safe. So those are my comments, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to tag along. I agree on the Ardmore. You know, the skinny section of Ardmore is inherently dangerous. People go too fast on there, but we're limited in what we can do because the street's only so wide. The sidewalks are clearly not ADA compliant with telephone poles coming in the middle of the sidewalk, and you know, wheelchairs certainly can't get by, and we're limited because we can't go into the greenbelt at all. And I really don't know what the near-term solution is to that, but there might be some traffic calming techniques that can be done because it is a skinny street, and when it's skinny, you can inherently do things to get people to go slower on it. I'm not a fan of a one-direction Valley one-way, Ardmore the other. I think it was brought up in 2011. It was the public came out in droves against such a notion. I know when I walked door to door 2 years ago, people didn't want anything of it because they heard there were rumors it might happen. And to think that the amount of traffic that people would have to drive further to get somewhere because they can only go in one direction one way and they have to come back around the other is not only an inconvenience, but would end up having us burn more fossil fuels to get there. So that's probably an ongoing conundrum that we'll have to deal with at some point. And of course, the challenge when you have a multi-use path and it converts into a pedestrian path or vice versa, and those are the challenges we have on our borders because we have a unique multi-use path. Those are certainly things we always need to think of. I think that the Sharrows on Hermosa Avenue is an alternative for those cyclists going fast when they're transitioned from at the Redondo border to Hermosa and also at the other border. And as long as cyclists have as many different options, you know, it should disperse it and create a safer environment. There's no ideal to that. And we tried years ago to possibly put it up to the vote of the citizens to put another bike path on the beach, and that was thrown down. So a lot of things were limited in what we can do. And those are just, you know, some of the other little comments. I don't know if there's a real consensus anywhere to go anywhere, but maybe we could have the Public Works Commission take a look at what little tweakings we can do with the master plan, and then come back to us with a recommendation. That's the only other thing that I was thinking of. Otherwise, I'm not sure we have any great consensus to go in any specific direction other than what I mentioned, a report that could come back on our consent calendar or forwarded to the Public Works Commission. So, any other comments? Sure, Mr. Councilmember Massey.
Director San Clemente, just changing gears for a moment. The utility poles, Edison's utility poles on Ardmore, just as an example. I know typically undergrounding utility poles is at the private property owner, the adjoining private property owner's expense typically. Does the city have any ability to compel Edison to underground the poles along Ardmore, for example, because the street is not ADA accessible? It's hardly accessible for ambulatory folks because the sidewalk is so narrow and the poles are right in the middle of it. It's just virtually unwalkable even for ambulatory folks. Then we've got, you know, encroachments, but I think the first and most important thing is, do we have the ability somehow to compel Edison to underground poles where there's a public interest at stake beyond just the adjoining private property owner's interest?
My short answer is, my understanding is no, given the extreme cost that it would be to do that. I think that if we would have to look out further to see what all of our rights are with Edison, but I don't believe we could just request them to move it. I think if we have a project, they do have a requirement to work with us to do it, but it might be at the city's cost.
Does the ADA apply to Edison? So when they come out to maintain their poles or replace their poles, are they required to comply with the ADA?
They are. So when they do replacements or relocations, we do work with them to try to address spot concerns. So they can't just drop it in the middle of a sidewalk, and we do try to make small adjustments when they do pole replacements. But often there is limited leeway where they can adjust the location of the pole. But we do work with them on an individual basis. But many of these have been here for many years, and so it's a challenge of trying to address what's been installed for a long time.
That, I understand all that, but if they underground them, obviously, they immediately make the sidewalk ADA accessible. So they are capable of, I know you talked about there's limited space for them to locate the pole. That's where undergrounding comes in. No doubt there's a cost associated with it, but the balance of public interest versus Edison's interest on Ardmore specifically, I think, is a case study that's worth us looking into as to whether we could compel them to underground the poles as part of a larger capital improvement program project where we would remove all the encroachments along Ardmore and improve the sidewalk so that folks in wheelchairs and ambulatory folks could at least walk end to end, separate from discussions about whether we were to put in a bikeway along Ardmore as well. So I just would add to the list of considerations whether there's a way for us to compel Edison to underground its poles on Ardmore. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilman Massey, that's an interesting idea, getting Edison to do that, because it causes an ADA problem. And it brought to mind the possibility, is there any grant money from ADA groups that would be available to underground those poles?
So my rough understanding is that Edison will not just underground. We can't just request for them to remove it. And there is some limited underground money the city has. For example, we have a Rule 28 funds that have collected over time, and we are looking at a stretch on PCH to underground a section. But really, it's only going to cover a handful of poles. It's not a lot of funding that is available in that program. But in terms of other outside funding, it's very constrained, as I noted. There's not a lot of ADA money out there available. And a lot of the grant fundings that are there are tied to specific programs and are highly competitive.
Yeah.
But I haven't seen anything that's an easy grab to go after for undergrounding or ADA compliance.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you very much. I think it's been a interesting and fruitful discussion. Hermosa Beach continues to be a pedestrian and bicycle-friendly place. We've made improvements. We certainly are working on more. I guess any specific things would come back in future agenda items. Yes, Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just wondering if between my colleagues there's any consensus to explore the east-west access points that Councilmember Massey laid out, as well as exploring a potential Class 4 bike lane on the west side of Hermosa Avenue that would essentially connect the Redondo Beach Class 4 Harbor Drive bike lane through Hermosa Beach, then connect with the Manhattan Beach Class 4 bike lane.
Okay, let's tackle this one at a time since you've got two. Let's go with this Hermosa Avenue. So your proposal is to look at putting a bicycle path, separated bicycle path, cyclists going in two directions from the Redondo border on the west side of Hermosa Avenue up to Manhattan Beach border.
That's correct.
And that, of course, is quite an initiative. I don't believe I'm in favor of that, but let me hear from my other colleagues on that one.
Is that at the cost of a traffic lane? Or is there room for that Class 4 bike lane and maintain 2 lanes of traffic?
It would most likely involve a traffic lane. The removal of for the addition of.
Yeah.
Similar to what Manhattan Beach has and Redondo Beach have.
Well, you mean similar to what happened on Harbor Drive in Redondo, but Harbor Drive went from 3 lanes to 2.
Right. My point is.
But what would happen in Hermosa, we'd have to go from 4 lanes probably to 2 lanes each way.
Right. My point is there are 2 lanes on Harbor, 2 lanes in Manhattan Beach, 4 lanes in Hermosa Beach, where we are denser, more cars parked, more pedestrians walking, more bikes riding on that stretch. So, and again, I think there's safety as well as accessibility, particularly when you look at Strand, and if we can get a large percentage of those Strand cyclists onto a Class 4 protected bike lane, I think that'll go a long way in quality of life for residents, and it'll be a safer place for our kids and everybody to access north and south through our city.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I would not be in favor of that.
Yeah, I think it creates a lot of safety issues at each cross street all the way down on the west side of the street. And pretty aggressive plan, but any other council members have comments on that? Councilmember Massey?
My initial thinking was from the southern border to Pier, to actually 8th Street, where we've already added bike lanes. That was sort of my thought, for what that's worth, as perhaps a middle ground.
So, on to your other point, Councilmember Jackson. You wanted to suggest some additional east-west access points on the current bicycle master plan? Is that what you're referring to?
To further flesh out the east-west access points that Councilmember Massey mentioned, yes.
That being 16th Street and 21st Street, right in that neighborhood, is that what you're talking about?
5th.
That east-west connection?
5th, 14th or 16th, and 21st. Because I think our
East of PCH to make a connection through.
Correct. So basically between Prospect on the east side and Ardmore on the west side. So
Right.
crossing PCH.
Right. I think that's worth study and possibly working out something that is quite dangerous coming down that hill, and we do need east-west connectivity there. So, yeah, absolutely.
Well, okay, so we currently do have on our master plan 5th, 10th, 16th, and 21st. So I believe what we're talking about is adding 14th Street to the master plan. That just
No.
means for future look.
We don't have all 3 of those now.
No, they're on our current master plan
Yeah, I
now,
know.
which means that they could happen in the future. That's what we're talking
Yeah, I
about.
think we're talking about the possibility of developing at least one of those all the way through now.
Yeah, we're talking about implementation.
Implementing, yeah, not just having it on the plan, but actually doing one of them.
And I think you could relatively easily do it for all 3, or 3 corridors, whatever they are. 5th and 21st, I think, clearly are easy. We would have to harmonize the plans we have if some say 10th and some say 16th, and
Yeah.
we think that there's value in looking at 14th for the reasons I've mentioned.
Yeah.
We can figure out which is that middle path, but 5th and 21st are sort of your south side, north side
Right.
corridors.
I think that's a discussion worth having.
Well, one thing is implementing, others get, I mean, we're talking
Well,
about
the
here the master plan, so I think what we would want to do is add 14th Street to the master plan, as Councilmember Massey suggested. But then as far as implementation, you know, all these things are coordinated with future paving and other situations that occur. You're not just going to draw a bunch of sharrows on these streets without implementing it when things occur. So the important thing is to add it to our master plan first, and then we can, you know.
The point I'm trying to make is that the part one of implementation is discussion. First thing we need to do is start having a discussion about it. Which streets are best? It's just as Councilman Massey just said. Is it 5th? Is it 21st? Is it 16th? And so on. So they're all on the master plan. Let's move forward with a discussion about which ones, or would it be all of them?
Well, I'm in favor of
We need
putting
to
it up
have
there.
a discussion about it first. And that's what I'm in favor of. And then move forward with it.
And Mr. Mayor, just to add to that, I absolutely think we ought to engage in the process of updating the bicycle master plan. What I'm talking about with these east-west corridors are moving forward to implementation on stuff that is in the existing plans and we're confident is going to be in the updated plan because they're so clearly sensible to create the network, in this case, the east-west connections across PCH.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask for some clarification?
Sure.
So there is currently a metro study that would look at east-west connections. I know the study has been stalled. Director San Clemente can bring us briefly up to speed here. And the clarification that we would seek is council recommending us bringing back a proposal for a study of the east-west corridors or implementing projects, which of course you know that it's a new project. It would be a new project. And a study would be a new project as well. So but if Joe can bring us up to speed on the metro study so we're not duplicating efforts, that would be helpful.
Thank you, Madam City Manager. So that's correct. So currently we have funded through Metro. They are the project lead on it to study the entire PCH corridor and the aviation corridor. And I think as part of PCH, we were going to emphasize the east-west connections across PCH. And I think the challenges with all those streets that are in the east-west network is that PCH is the weakest link in those east-west connections, and how do you safely get across PCH? And the challenge is we don't own that facility. So as we go to make changes crossing PCH and do updates to the signal, we're really relying on coordination and cooperation from Caltrans. And what that study was really supposed to do is help take a look at north-south links as well as east-west links along those weak points along PCH. And so I think really evaluating every east-west connection would certainly be part of that. We are in the early alternative assessment stage. There's a slight pause at Metro as they're switching out project managers. We're hoping to resume that effort soon, but that would probably provide us the best opportunity to look at those real connections across PCH at the signals. Other things that we could do as projects come online, whether it be resurfacing efforts, we could look at updating markings or signage along city-owned street segments along the east-west connections as it overlaps with the master plan. But the challenge is going to be the PCH crossing.
Thank you. Yeah, honestly, I mean, I ride my bicycle a lot east-west, and essentially you've got Artesia, Aviation, 190th, Burrell. It's hit or miss going through the side streets as to, there's no real, in my opinion, no real defined natural progression or way for cyclists to find a great street to cross PCH from. So I'm kind of at a loss at that. I agree with adding 14th onto the master plan, but I'm not sure without a better direction from 3 council members where we can go next on this. So, Councilmember Massey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Joe, what's the timeline for that metro study?
So we are, like I said, it's paused while we're waiting for a new project manager to get assigned from Metro to pick it back up. But this is going to be a multi-year effort. It takes a while to get through the environmental process, but any type of construction is likely still several years away. And we do need to find construction funding, but the first step is to get through the alternative assessment and the environmental review process. That's part one, and then we would be looking for additional funding for the implementation phase. But I think it's still several years away.
Which I'm certain is true. Everything related to PCH moves at a glacial pace. We know that. I'm reluctant to wait for it. I agree that there's value for that, or there's value in the study as I understand it, but what I might suggest is that we either incorporate this discussion in the CIP study session that we have each year as a potential CIP project so that council can decide at that study session whether it feels that a project to implement bikeways on 5th, 21st, and one of the streets in the center of the city should be a CIP that we begin to fund and move forward on, or not. If the CIP study session is already going to be so full that we think we need a separate discussion of just this discrete set of actions to advance living streets, we could either have another study session devoted specifically to that, or it could come back as an agenda item. That's what I'm thinking. That's not exclusive. That's just off the top of my head about process going forward. I know that everything's a priority when it is discussed, but the metro study, I think, is got such a long timeline and has so many things attached to it that waiting for that is going to push this back indefinitely.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Councilmember, or Mayor Pro Tem.
So I understand what you're saying, but could we not implement this east-west connectivity on our own? I mean, I realize that we're going to cross PCH and we don't own PCH, but if we started our own study, made our own plan, and wanted to do this, what is it impossible to do without permission as far as the PCH is concerned? Or can we go ahead and do it?
So I'll add in. I guess it really depends on what the extent of the request is. So I think any new study effort would need to be scoped, and we need to determine this would be a new project. If there are things in the city-owned public right-of-way, we can certainly implement those additions easier. So if the bike plan calls for shallows or signage, we can certainly advance that easier as part of a new project. Anywhere where we felt that enhancements are needed to the signal crossing PCH, that's where it gets more complicated. It will be a much bigger effort and take longer to do. It's not impossible, but we are trying to also achieve that simultaneously with the PCH study that is working in partnership with Metro and Caltrans. So it's not impossible to advance elements, but it would be easier to do the stuff on our locally controlled roadways.
Of course, but could we get permission from Caltrans to go ahead and put let's say a crosswalk in, or a button where you push it and the light changes, or some form of way of crossing PCH on a bicycle safely?
So
on these 3 spots.
Really, that would typically be done with bike lane markings. There's no crosswalk accommodation that could accommodate a cyclist or a push button. It's typically done with detection at the signal or bike markings, or bike detection. So I think those are all things that could trigger signal upgrades and would be a much lengthier and costly process that would require their approval, and we would have to find the funding for it. And that's something that we're trying to achieve with the bigger study, which is still multi-years away. I will, as Councilmember Massey noted, anything with Caltrans is going to be a lengthy process because of the design review required to do that. But I think there are certainly things that could be achieved at a faster pace while we work on the more complicated east-west safe connections. I think what I'm trying to express is the ability to not create a redundant project from one that we already have in motion.
Okay. Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Detoy.
I think we're overthinking 21st. I ride that street probably 2 to 3 times a week on a bike to go pick up my kids from school. And there's quite a few Miracosta kids that also know that 21st is a good street, dumps you off in Ardmore. There's also a platform, if that's the right word, on the green belt with a paved walkway down to the green belt. There's the water infiltration well, as well as a cross or a switchback pedestrian trail that leads down to a yellow crosswalk on Valley. So I think 21st is pretty well established. I don't know if there's sharrows. I'll tell you that tomorrow, or what. But 21st is pretty far along in the process. So I think we might be overcomplicating this.
What do you mean by far along in the process?
Like it's wide streets and there's a crosswalk and there's, even on PCH on the northeast side of the corner, there's a nice protected area across the street.
There's existing infrastructure elements.
Correct.
That you can build on to make it.
Correct.
An east-west connection.
And this is on our master plan for Sharrows. 21st is, so.
You have it in front of you, so yes.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
But it's already very well used.
Right.
To get up and
the
down
thing
the
is
school.
that putting Sharrows on 21st doesn't implement any type of specific bike crossings on PCH. So we would, and I don't know if I'd be advocating for specific bike crossings because it doesn't go along with bike lanes anyway. It would be just a Sharrow, which we could implement Sharrows on 21st as it's in our master plan, so.
I think we're all talking about the same thing.
And there's already a light with a crosswalk, just like there is at 14th and 5th.
So if there's Sharrows on a street, are we required to have some form of bike signal there, or can a Sharrow end up to PCH with just the current signal that exists?
So we're not required to make any changes to the signal. So I think the low-hanging fruit in the bike plan is that we show Sharrows or Sharrow accommodation on those streets. The lower hanging fruit would be signs and markings on those links in city-controlled right-of-way, and then we could work to tackle detection items with a larger project later, but at least that would help comply with those segments in the master plan by deploying signs and Sharrows, perhaps as part of a future paving or striping project.
And there's also a crossing guard there during school hours.
Sooner we start, the sooner we'll be done. Let's go. Let's do it.
So, Mr. Mayor, I hear 4 votes of support to talk about whether we can take action with respect to those 3 east-west corridors.
Madam City Manager, are we clear on what we're going to have come back to us?
I believe so. Council's requesting staff to bring back an item that would allow greater discussion on these east-west corridors, and at that time, we can provide council with what a cost estimate would be for that initial stage, and if it requires council to switch priorities because of funding deficits, then that would be a time for council to provide direction on what staff should stop doing in order to accommodate a new request.
Okay.
That's what I gleaned. Is that
And this-
accurate?
That sounds about right. So we're talking 21st, 16th, 14th, 10th, and 5th, correct?
Was 21st included, considering, yes? Okay.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Okay. Thank you. When we take a vote on that, we can just,
It's a study session,
on.
so
Yeah,
there's no
right.
vote needed.
right. Any other comments before we finish up this evening? Okay, thank you very much for everything. It's been a great discussion, always helpful to make Hermosa more walkable, bicycle, pedestrian-friendly environment. And tonight's meeting is adjourned at 9:54. Thank you.